You know
Oop,
what I'm talking
I haven't disappeared for a second.
about. Okay, I just turned the recorder on.
Okay.
So what we had originally started to talk about was how these various seemingly disjointed things actually fit into an overall package, but that this stuff that's in this package and the way that it's arranged is always done in a piecemeal fashion, and that the suttas now are not in a particular order. So getting them either in the order of need or in reference is one of the ways of beginning to understand how all of these various parts of the teachings of the Buddha fit together. And that when let us say a practitioner is able to do that, then not only is the Dhamma becoming unified and organized in the mind, it also means that the mind itself is becoming unified and organized so that you can see things the way that they are. And in fact, I've got to give a shout out to Achan Dhammavitu, who teaches over at Deepa Bhawan, where Achan Po is in residence. And so I know, and Dhammavitu knows, that Achan Po is listening in to what he's saying. And that then Dhammavitu really appreciates that what he's saying come to me and verify it, because we're on that same wavelength on many, many points about the Dhamma, including this one, that the Buddha really does teach only one thing. It's just a whole unit, but it's almost like a Chinese puzzle, or another way of thinking about it, it's one thing, which is actually, let us say, a piece of art that's in jigsaw puzzle form.
Like that.
And that all I can do is give you a few jigsaw puzzle pieces from time to time and hope that you can get them sorted out and put together. So that's basically how the Dhamma has always been taught, is kind of piecemeal. But there is organization under that. And I could probably give you a list of 10 suttas that, when put together correctly, we understand why we're practicing, what is the path, how the path actually looks, how the path then is applied to the practice of Anapanasati, and the things and features that skills we develop in Anapanasati then are used for our actually, Anapanasati, it says right in the Anapanasati Sutta, is for the fulfillment of the 4 foundations of mindfulness, which what that means is that we are now, a foundation of mindfulness is the body. So we're fulfilling that with Anapanasati by the breathing, the opening up, the looking at, the getting in touch with, the playing with, not just certain parts of the body, but actually begin to play, for instance, with the hands. This is what mudras are about, is to learn to become very tactile, to become very, very tactically associated with the air around the body. Or in your case, the touch of the cloth on the skin. And how when you're moving around that the cloth doesn't move exactly the way the body does, thereby rubbing across and things like that. So you've actually, even though you haven't been watching very much, tens of thousands of neurons on your back have been going off on a regular basis, telling you, hey, there's cloth on me, hey, here this stuff is, and you're not paying any attention to it at all. until we make note of it. And now, oh, you're right. Yes, that is quite an amazing thing happening back there, isn't it? And so it also fulfills the Vedana, and it fulfills it in two ways. One is that we thoroughly experience the feelings that are associated with being down, or I don't like it, or all of the stuff that comes out of the association of fear, like annoyance and anxiety, anger, sadness, grief, all of that kind of stuff. But also, when we like something, how high can we go into that liking? The how high we can go into that liking has that word pity to it. So we're going to experience and work with the dirt while we're going to build a heaven with it right here and now in the mind. And that's done with the joy and gratitude, the feeling of generosity and wealth that's based upon being a winner. I can do that. The attitude of the lion, the champion. Okay, so that's the world, because there's not really anything much better than that humans can do. Even the ones who said I was sitting in the lap of God, that's the kind of feelings that they have of being the very champion. I'm the dude in the lap today, you know.
I'm suckling today.
Okay, so this an idea then through that Vedana and Sita Nupassana and Dhamma Nupassana that we actually practice with Anapanasati fulfills the requirements then of what's in the Satipatthana, including what's in the Satipatthana Sutta. So in order to dig the detail out about how we're actually going to practice, some of it has to be seen back in the Satipatthana Sutta. Now, for some people, that's where things get confusing because the way that it's presented is differently. But one of the key points of it is that is the seven factors of enlightenment. The Sambhojana has to be seen as the fulfillment of the Eightfold Noble Path. Get this, okay? Where the path leads is into the factors of enlightenment or awakening. And when we see it like that, we can see, oh, what we mean now is unremitting mindfulness. Keeps coming back and coming back and coming back and coming back, along with unremitting investigation, giving rise to a kind of an energy. The right effort becomes energetic now. It becomes easy to do this. And along with it comes a lot of joy, a lot of great feelings that are accompanied by success. And in fact, in the Pali, they use the word piti, unremitting piti, that we're just satisfied and complete and feeling like a winner, all, unremittingly. This is how we think and look and what like. And then the next one is where the peace finally comes. And that is the peace that was originally stated in step 4 of Anapanasati of the relaxation of the body, is that we get into the state of being relaxed then when it's in the Sambhojana. Okay, so this is how the Sambhojana fits right back in with the path. It fits right in with the Satipatthana through Anapanasati. But now there's another quality that we have in there, and that is that when we're practicing Anapanasati correctly, we begin to gather the factors of the first jhana. But in fact, they're listed and labeled intentionally. Talking about the hindrances in suttas, and especially number 39, and going into great detail of what the hindrances are all about and how to be free from them. And then we recognize, that's sati is to wake up to the hindrances. This is also step 9 of Anapanasati, of investigating the mind, etc., like that. So it all just these pieces of the puzzle begin to then snap into place, so that you can see then that this first jhana, then in yet another sutta, is advertised in a certain way. And the advertisement is that until the mind is really stable, then the student is not able to take these pieces and put it together correctly. But once they do, then they know for sure that this is the path. This method, that starts with just dukkha, dukkha nirodha, breaks into the Four Noble Truths, which breaks into the Eightfold Noble Path, and also breaks into that second noble path, second noble truth of we begin to investigate dukkha. Okay, we do that, but we do it from a state of sukha. When we're stuck in our misery, it's really hard to pay close attention to it. But if it arrives while we're already in a state of great satisfaction, now we can take a look at it and it says, aha, I see you. And that's what that famous statement from the Buddha, while he was figuring all of this stuff out under the tree at Bodh Gaya, was, aha, I see you, Mara. That phrase has stuck with me for many, many years until I understood with Bhikkhu Buddhadatta. That's step 10 of Anapanasati. To wake up and to take note and to playfully say, aha, I see you. Bringing in that separation. I am no longer the Mara. I am no longer the problems that I'm making and made. Now I'm the one who sees those things. And so this is how we begin to separate the good feelings from the bad feelings, so that we can see what they are and how they are. And now we can look at the way that Paticca Samuppada comes in, because this is in fact the point. This Vedana is where Bhikkhu Buddhadasa says that's the point. That's where students should develop, get into, and maintain while they pedal along with stuff that's deeper. But this is the stopping point, okay? And he calls that wisdom at the point of contact. And that contact then is the contact of the internal television screen that we have in our mind, that we see things with, and that we construct our concepts through. So it's basically not the real outside world that contacts us, it's what we've made of it by the time we've made sense of it. And that making process then is called perception. And now that we've made something, it hits us. Oh, look what I made. And then is when the feelings arise. I like it, I don't like it. I like it, I don't like it, or what the heck is this? The third kind of feeling. And this is the feeling then of I like it means I want it. And I want it means I got to have it. So liking the feeling leads to grasping and then clinging, that is now so famous in the Buddhism, that gives rise to the rebirth of the self in one of the hell realms. And we'll talk about that a whole lot more in detail later, but now we've got the essence of Paticca Samuppada that's based right there in the second noble truth. How is that? Well, if you've got the cause of dukkha is greed, ill will, and delusion or ignorance, then how can Paticca Samuppada start in ignorance, go through feelings of liking and not liking, and wind up at dukkha and not be the second noble truth? Because it's got all of these constituent components laid out in a string. And so when we begin to understand that, then we can take a look and say, oh, now I understand how the mind works. But we'll go a little bit deeper into this. Right today, we're only giving an overview. So let's shutter that stuff all packed up and call it Paticca Samuppada, pop it back into the second noble truth. And now we're going along with the whole show of seeing how the Four Noble Truths gives us the overall guidance that we've got to see the suffering, but we've got to get the mind ready to see it. Otherwise, we will go into denial and ignorance. And you see a lot of that around.
Can I just ask a question a minute? So,
please.
So going to jhana, for example.
Okay.
Yeah? So you've got this state of mind arising, and you're in this kind of flow state. My observation is that as soon as you say to yourself, this is great, I like this, and you try and hold on to it, the whole thing collapses.
You sound like you've heard one of my old lectures.
Oh, right. Which is the grasping.
Yes, it is. And it's a surprise. It kind of wakes us up in the way that we've been waking up our whole life. It's like, what was that? And then we go into some sort of fearful state. And we don't know what it was. We become confused. But continuing to practice, now that you've gotten there, you also kind of are beginning to build sort of an intuitive knowledge of how to get into it. And one of the ways, basically, to get into it is talking yourself into it. Talking yourself into it. You could. We have talked, I think, a little bit before about what kind of thoughts you're going to allow. That you're going to have only wholesome thoughts and not wholesome thoughts. Well, we can corral that down to a very, very small tight area that has to do, let us say, with things you can tell yourself that are not aspirational, but rather invitational. Does that make sense?
An opening, a creating of a void, a vessel.
Right, precisely. All right. Many, many songs have that quality. You can call them tear jerkers. Some movies are tear jerkers. Some songs are tear jerkers. Okay. Some songs are delightful. And so we can spend some time with delightful songs because that will help us get into a delightful mood. But then when we're sitting in meditation, we can review that delightful song and that delightful mood and get right back into that delightful state. So we can use these kind of things as anchors. So we can use music. We can also use phrases. One of the phrases would be, wow, this is so nice. And I can keep saying that on every out breath. The wow is the part of the out breath. Wow, this is so nice. Almost like a mantra. On the out breath, you're going to maybe let the mind go a little bit on the in breath, but when it comes to that out breath, oh wow, this is so nice. Now my imagination, as your daughter comes to the door, she watches you do that and doesn't say anything, and here she's finding you doing this for 3 to 5 minutes. And she checks your hand to see what you're doing.
She won't be that surprised.
Yes, so that's invitational. Really allow it to be. This is so nice. Perhaps even a sister thing to say would be, wow, I don't want anything. I don't want anything. Wow, this is nice. Okay. I don't want anything. And so these are the kind of things that are going to put us into that state, because I don't want anything is something only a champion can say. I've got it all now. I don't want anything right now. And so it develops that kind of attitude. And so this is actually then part of first jhana, that we know intentionally that we're doing this. Our intention is to bring up these feelings. Our intention is to train the mind so that we can experience these very good things. Because if someone does meditation for years and years and never gets anything out of it like we're talking about now, then he will always feel that he's missing something. Now, I don't know what he's doing all of those years. He might be just struggling and working really hard and telling them, I'll get out of this someday. You just wait. Someday I'll go hold my beer, but wait until I drink it first. So this kind of mentality is what we are automatically kind of not just born with through our DNA and how all of our ancestors have behaved, but born into a society where everyone around us is affected with this same spiritual disease. They are and here's the disease. They are excellent at feeling bad, but they're not very good at feeling good. Would you say that that's a human disease?
It's kind of a guilt trip. It's what sort of Christianity seems to preach somehow.
Actually, yes, but it's leaked right into the whole culture.
Yeah.
Original sin.
Yeah.
Only the Savior can save you. His name is Donald. Yeah, that's so we're looking for a Savior because we feel like we're victims and we're not capable of doing it for ourselves. That's the major teaching of the Four Noble Truths, is that you can come out of suffering. You don't have to suffer. Suffering is there right in front of you. Don't step in it. Don't eat it for supper. And so that's basically just all there is to it. But we are so trained and so ingrained to go along to get along. And all of the other intricate details that we can talk about when we're talking about tanha, that grasping, is what creates the self. In the sense of, if there was nothing to cling to, then perhaps there would be no one clinging. But if there is something to cling to, who is clinging? That's the birth of, or the creation of, or the beginning of, or the startup of the self that's reborn in Paticca Samuppada. And generally how we are reborn is because it's the cling or is that we're born into one of the hell states. One of the hell states of clinging.
And that's strongly linked with memory, yes?
Precisely. Yeah, the memory has been in impacting this all along, but it mostly impacted at the point of when we made something up, when we imagined. That making up was made up out of the bits and pieces of the sewage of the mind, past. So we dig up bits and pieces of our past, like language and concepts and what like that, to paint a picture of what we think is making sense out of the situation. And then it's that picture, right or wrong, good or bad, warped or straight, is what impacts us. So that's where the past comes in, which controls our feelings. And that will determine how we will be clinging. For instance, if I wanted and I wanted and I wanted and I wanted some more, that's being reborn as a hungry ghost. That's depicted as kind of a huge pot with a very small hole or a mouth, so that it doesn't matter how big the belly is, you can only get so much in it. Many, many people in the culture spend much of their time in that state of I want something.
Oh, I've certainly been there.
Mm-hmm. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
And it is a woeful
Still
state.
do.
Another woeful state is this woeful state we get into, which is anger or anxiety. Because when in anger or anxiety, that's when we get hot, we get agitated. When people really have anxiety, when anxiety is high anxiety, that's hell. But it's completely curable with Anapanasati. Take a deep breath. Take another one. Relax. Let all of that crap that you've got inside there that's called adrenaline, but some people really like to call it adrenaline because it makes them sound smart. But if we call it crap, then we know how we feel about it. And we can take and start breathing that stuff out. Taking the breath, and on that, this is so nice, is actually the release of all of the tensions, all of the anger, all the anxiety comes out through the out breath. And then the kidneys clean up the blood much more easily because it's got a bigger job to do, that only really small little things can come out of the blood into the bloodstream, out of the bloodstream into the lungs. So all of the little stuff is done by the lungs, and then the bigger stuff is done by the kidneys, which gives rise to, well, why then is the adrenal gland sitting on top of the kidneys when it's so far of the brain? And what's the connection? The connection is between it's either the penile, the pituitary, or the fact that they're working both together, communicating to the adrenaline gland to put its stuff out, to go into business. Here's the question: where's it going to get its raw materials?
Kidneys?
Right, exactly. The same old molecules that have been floating around in the blood are stored in the kidney so that the adrenaline gland can pump that stuff back into the blood. That's what it does, is it reconnects a few things together and shoves it back out. And it's a marvelous process. It's unbelievably marvelous how that stuff works in the human body and how much control over it we have with being able to consciously breathe. And so we actually learn to control how we feel through breathing and through turning off the thoughts that gave the anger in the first place and turning on the thoughts about, wow, this feels really good to catch that anger. I saw you, out you go. And having that whole mentality is basically the practice. And so now you can see how exactly Anapanasati fits together to practice Paticca Samuppada. And that we need, in order to do the Paticca Samuppada, get the mind in that first jhana so that we're capable of paying attention and enjoying what we're doing, because we've already got a great deal of control over the feelings, so that we can see how things are beginning to get manufactured together out of the junk.
Yeah. So I read last time I was speaking to you, recommended that I read Bhikkhu Buddhadasa's Nibbana for Everyone.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, which I thought was great. And that reminded me of, it doesn't happen so much now, but when I was younger, if I was squatting down on the floor or something like that, and I stood up too quickly and you get vertigo,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's obviously a Nibbana moment. It was just a state of bliss I would go into. I would have this It would last a few seconds. Complete sense of clarity and bliss. I mean, it was, and I would get this regular. When this happened, this would happen regularly. And I've asked other people if they've experienced it before, and they all look at me very strangely. What are you talking about? But it doesn't really happen so much anymore. But this is a nirvana moment.
Okay, all
Is
right.
it
So
not? Or
you are,
yawning?
let us put
Or
it this way. Was that a really, really pleasant state for you?
it was an incredibly pleasant state. I mean,
Is it
really
is
marvelous.
is it worth reproducing?
Oh yeah.
Do you think that you can work with the tools that we've been talking about already so that you in fact can produce this state again?
Well, I'm getting there, I think.
All right, exactly. This is the one's right attitude. Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
I've been fiddling with that. Yeah, so this is the point.
And that's what
And
the jhana's doing, is it's making this space where you can just float and observe.
see,
See, without all the conditioning,
of the
dropping
mind.
that away so you can just be.
Mm-hmm. B
Is
and
this,
C.
is this right? Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I'm not so much interested in the B as I am in the C.
Yeah.
SEE. C.
Yeah.
Rather than the BE or the BEE. B. But rather to be able to see. That's it. That's waking up. Now, one question that I would have with you on that would be, you said that it happened as a child when you would stand up.
It wasn't just when I was a child. This went on until my sort of 30s and 40s, but it's kind of stopped
I'm
now.
still looking at the standing up part.
Yes.
Okay. Because standing up does in fact change body chemistry a whole lot more than people realize.
The blood pressure drops very quickly in that case.
For some people it does, right.
Yeah.
And so that may have been something that was included with it. That in fact it's very possible to say that if the person is getting very satisfied and in very good state, that their blood pressure goes down, which has been my experience. And so certainly standing up is also one of the ways of the blood pressure going down. But years ago, for me, it would go so low that I would actually pass out. And so I have many, many memories of having passed out, though I haven't done it in a long time.
It's happened to me before doing that. I mean, I've literally found myself on the ground.
Mm-hmm. So that's when the blood pressure goes too low.
Too low
when it,
for zero.
Right. Now, I don't know exactly what levels that we're talking about. But I've had a lot of experience with blood pressure in people and that kind of stuff. When I was in college, I was a psychiatric aide, so one of my jobs was taking blood pressure. And the first thing that I learned to do was to read it, because in those days it was the old style sphygmometer. But I didn't need the stethoscope, because you could see what the blood pressure was just by watching the needle as it was jumping down and then it stopped jumping. And then I began to understand, hey, the mood that this guy is in will determine what his blood pressure is. And that oftentimes they do that in a facility of any description that's medical, that when they come in, they want them to take the blood pressure. And if it's too high, they'll tell them, wait a while, sit down and cool off, and then they take it again. This is exactly what we're talking about. There's direct evidence that even the medicos know that blood pressure is, in fact, not nearly, though it's very important to understand about it. The way that the equipment takes it is so unreliable. But now they've got computer technology that's built into wristwatches and things like this that you can actually get the rate changes. So, in other words, it takes a while, several heartbeats at the high point to where it'll know the diastolic. But in fact, with this kind of machine, with the computer, you can see that every blood pulse is actually at a different level. That every heartbeat is different, and so if you have a place of low blood pressure and a place of high blood pressure, it just doesn't go from here to there. It goes up and up and up and up until it gets up to that point.
The sine wave.
So, right, exactly, precisely so. It can also be not regulated but measured when the heartbeat starts to speed up. When the heartbeat speeds up, then so does blood pressure. In fact, that's the whole point. Right. In fact, that's the whole point of the heartbeat. It's speeding up. That you intentionally want to pump stuff in there because you need it right now. You want to increase the flow. But when the heart is pumping at a high rate like that instead of at rest, it kind of gets worn out. If it's pumping at high speed, like driving an automobile at its absolute max RPM everywhere you go. And they say that the life of an engine that'll last 300, 400,000 kilometers or more will only last one race. That one 500-mile race, that will destroy that engine because you're just pushing it to its limits all the time. And so they have to rebuild it from scratch. That you cannot put the same car in two different races. You'll lose that second race for sure. This is exactly what we're talking about. Is that, and this is also may have to do with why monks in Thailand are very, very well known to live into their old age. Where when we knew this, their retirement, in fact, the retirement age in Thailand still is 55. That expects a short lifespan. And yet, basically all the monks I know now are over 70. And some of them remarkably so. The last time I saw my own Upajjhaya, he was 107.
Whoa.
And that the last time that I saw Achan Panyananda, who was one of Bhikkhu Buddhadasa's best friends and students, who was the abbot of the biggest Wat in Bangkok. His name was Achan Panyananda, and he was 97 at that time. And that he actually jumped off his seat when he first saw me. He remembered me from so many years ago. I was just blown away by this guy, 97. And he is still remembering people that he hadn't seen in 20 more years. So this is a way of looking at it, that's part of the fortune of having a life that is well-breathed and is comfortable and happy, got no place to go. And so we tend to live a long time that way. But you can see how the things of the Anapanasati and the Satipatthana and the path, the Eightfold Noble Path, there's a few aspects that we haven't talked about on the Eightfold Noble Path, which may be of quite interest to you. You know that we've talked about 4 of them in the sense of right view, giving rise to the use of right sati, to wake up, and then we take the right effort, and then the outcome of those is right attitude. And that can be practiced in many ways, but Anapanasati is the way that the Buddha is going to do it. So let's look at some of the other of those 4, because there's 4 more. And it's very interesting in the sense that these 4 is what we use to build Sama area Samadhi, which means right noble sati, but they call it right noble concentration. This is not the outcome of a mind that's super concentrated, like orange juice with no water. This is the right word to use for samadhi is gathering together the factors. Just like in first jhana, we gathered together the 5 factors. And that's what constitutes first jhana, is when you've got all of the factors together. That's also what we mean by unification of mind, or gathering the factors together, getting the mind together, actually getting the path factors together, or the Eightfold Noble Path. When we get this thing understood and organized, it actually organizes the mind so that the mind becomes a whole. Now, that wholeness or that unification of mind can be thought of as noble, honest, integrity. But integrity, in fact, is that same kind of quality of unified mind.
Can I just ask a question a minute? When we
Certainly.
talk about unification of mind, are we really meaning that the whole mind is on the same page?
Basically, yes. That's a good way of saying it, in fact. So let's give some examples of when the mind is not unified. Okay, when we're full of doubt and we don't know which way to go, is the mind unified? Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Okay. How about when we're lying?
No, because
No,
there's dichotomy there. Yeah, no.
Yes,
No,
exactly. All right. So now we're beginning to understand what we mean by a unified mind is a mind that is noble, that it is unified in the sense that it doesn't have any conflict of interest. There's no conflict inside.
Yeah.
That all of the interest is unified. So there's many different ways of understanding. In other words, the way that I'm feeling matches the reality that I find, rather than living in one reality and feeling another way.
So first jhana is an example of it.
Precisely.
It's a momentary unification of mind.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
And so once we get that mind unified by having those 5 jhana factors together, by getting these 4 parts of the Eightfold Noble Path, then we begin to work with keeping it unified by keeping it in the state of sukha, which means we're only going to allow wholesome thoughts in the mind, because unwholesome thoughts will help destroy that unification as well as destroy our satisfaction and takes us back into the ordinary mind that is disjointed, scattered, and we all are scatterbrained. Okay. So now we understand that the unification of mind is actually, if there is anything, that's the goal. And that's also a factor of, it's the 7th factor of the Sambhojana, unremitting unification of mind. Keeps coming back and coming back and coming back and coming back. When I use the word unremitting, let us put it this way. This is a drum, and this is the drum head. This is a mallet. Is this the way to play a drum? How about this?
Yeah.
Okay. This is unremitting. Okay, it keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. And in fact, when it's unremitting, that means that sati keeps coming back, bringing his little troop or his army with him.
Yeah.
Of right investigation, right action, or right effort turning into right energy with right joy, which gives also the attitude of I'm the winner here. I can handle all of this, and we keep going down that way until the mind becomes unified in that realm, and in that way, if we get to the state where we don't want anything, then we're not likely to go get in the car and go down to the store and go shoplifting. Or even to own a gun.
Oh dear. Oh, it's funny, unbelievable that in America the gun.
Now I know what you're going.
They're essential stores.
Well, you can see those who have guns feel afraid of guns. He who lives by the gun dies in his mind by the gun. They feel afraid. They need protection. The more fear, the bigger their arsenal. But when you're fearless, you don't need a gun. You know, you can talk your way out of anything, even getting killed. You know, here comes that gun. Oh, gosh. Oh, thank you, sir. In fact, that last mind moment is a very big deal in even the magical Buddhism. That in fact, yeah, that last mind moment, the last thought, the last thing that you do is what determines, they say, your next life. Well, if you think of lives as being very, very, very short mind moments, then of course the last mind moment that you had is going to influence your next life, which only took a second or two. So in that regard, it's kind of the same. But if we got to die, I would rather die happy than angry at the guy who shot me. And so that's kind of the way we begin to look at it. It also has the quality of friendship that we haven't actually added to the mix yet, which comes through the metta practice, or let us say that metta is a good door to open to go into that quality of friendship. But looking at it strictly from the perspective of Paticca Samuppada and the fetters, that if we understand that it is fear at the base, that all of our instinctual behavior is built around the self-preservation instinct, which is delusional because there's really no self that needs to be protected most of the time. But that instinctual self-protection was really valuable 100,000 years ago, or even in war times, it's really valuable. But most of the time, it's a false alarm. A false negative.
We're in a permanent state of startle pattern.
Almost a continuous state of panic.
Yeah.
Henry David Thoreau gave the phrase, men who lead their lives in quiet desperation.
Yeah, that was him.
Mm-hmm. And so that,
quiet desperation.
Right, that we do have kind of a desperation in the sense that we don't know, and that feeling of not knowing then has the quality of, well, we got to go figure it out. We must know. That gives rise to curiosity, but it also gives rise to fear, and it gives rise to war. Why? Because we got to get them before they get us, and we're not sure when they're going to attack them, so let's get them now. And off the war goes. Every war is a defensive action in the mind of the guy who started it. Because who starts a war out of greed? Nobody. Everybody starts wars out of fear.
I suppose that's right. I mean, why do people accumulate vast fortunes?
Well, because they're afraid and they think that the fortune will
Yeah.
protect them. Yeah. The fortune gives them a certain protection against all kinds of things.
And the more I
That's
can have, the happier I'll be.
mhm. Only it's false and they don't like it. That are at best is not false, it's just temporary. In other words, the thrill of buying that new car wears off probably before the first payment.
Yeah,
And then the thrill is gone. And so now they got to go do something else to get a thrill.
Yeah.
And it has to do with the fact that people are sitting there in a state of dissatisfaction. That's one of these kind of unwholesome states. They're either sucking on a straw that's too small to get that Cadillac through. That's the preta. They're wanting something they can't have. They suck and they suck. In fact, that's why they say that life sucks. Life sucks because we keep sucking too hard. We stop sucking too hard. Life, stop sucking, and life don't suck no more.
The other thing I've noticed is that the wealthier people become, the easier it is for them to become dissatisfied. The more intolerant they become, the more they have to surround themselves with perceived perfection.
Right. Because they want more and more, thinking that the more they get, the better they'll feel. But they never quite feel as good as whatever it costs to get those good feelings.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always a losing battle. That losing battle is then why they give the word or the concept to the Pitta, or the hungry ghost. Because a ghost. Here's a good example of it that they did in a movie. I think it was Pirates of the Caribbean, where all of the dead pirates looked like humans during the daylight, but in the dark you could see that they were skeletons with wearing rags. And part of the thing that they really just became disgusted with is that all the food that they ate went right down through the rib cage and onto the ground. And they were always hungry and could never get pulled up. But that concept that they were using in that movie is back to the quality of the ghost in old Indian lore, that the Buddha now has said, wait a minute, we're not talking about real ghosts that are hungry. We're talking about human beings in a particular state of mind, of wanting something. And hell states, the hell state of anxiety or anger. And again, you probably easily understand that the bottom line of anger, where anger comes from, is out of fear.
Mm-hmm.
Fear of loss, mainly.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you insult me? In other words, that self-preservation instinct comes up. And so anger is the response to the feeling of fear of being challenged or whatever. So these states then, based upon fear, give rise to the woeful states that we are reborn into. These are the hell worlds, the Preta worlds. Another one is the hungry ghost. And the hungry ghost is how we get that is our childhood. We are told what to do, and the kid's expected to do what he's told. And so we are turned from being vibrant human beings as children into animals that are doing what the man says. Now here's an example. The horse is is hitched up with a plow, and he has to plow with the guys beating him and pushing him and getting the plowing done to actually plow up the pasture that was his source of substance. But he's not going to get anything out of the garden. When I was in India, there was a donkey that was strapped to a pole and went around in a circle. In the center of that pole was in a mill, and the guy put sugarcane in it and outpoured sugarcane juice. I bet sure that donkey never got any sugarcane juice, and he was doing all the work to get it. Now, how many corporations are set up like that? That people do not get the benefit of their labor. That's being a dumb animal. And that's what the Buddha is talking about, is when we ignorantly live our lives and do what we're told to do without enjoying it. So if you don't enjoy your job, either learn to enjoy it joyfully the way we're doing everything in Anapanasati, or get out of it. Some jobs are just not possible to be enjoyed. A cop, a judge, a prison guard, a politician, those kind of jobs are unworthy of human endeavor.
That's an interesting question, actually, because those are much more conceptual jobs, for want of a better word, perhaps. Whereas you can have something like, say, weeding the garden, which for a lot of people might be, I find weeding quite if actually a state of mind.
Yes.
So if you're having to weed the garden, you can,
why not enjoy
you have a choice over it.
Exactly. That's an important point, by the way, that I generally make with students, and that is put everything in a quadrangle, so that you've got four things. You've got an up and down and a back and forth.
Yeah.
All right. In the back and forth, we can either choose to do it or not do it. In this case, it's weeding the garden.
Yeah.
You can either weed the garden and get the benefit of it, or you can not weed the garden and get the benefit of not doing the job. Up to you. But then drawing the line between lower and above, on the lower half, whether you do it or not do it, you feel bad. I don't like this. So you can not do the garden and feel bad about not doing it. Or you can do the garden and feel bad about doing it, which is your choice right now. It's boring. And then we can change our attitude so that you either do it or not do it. If you don't do it, I don't have to do the garden today. I'll just wait and I'll go enjoy the day. Or you can do the gardening and enjoy it. Up to you. Because doing a job and enjoying doing a job are not related. Both of them are decisions that you make. So why have you been making the decision to do the gardening and not like it? In fact, the next time you're out there, I can see you with that weed. I see you, weed.
But it is quite interesting how that is possible with the more fundamental things in life. But as you were saying, if you're a judge or something of that sort, the prospect for conflict is so great that it's virtually impossible to worm your way out of it. There are always going to be those conflicts there because of the nature of the job.
Precisely.
I think that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Yeah. So the nature of the job,
weeding the risen.
Yeah, some jobs you can't do without having to suffer the consequences of doing that job. Especially a job that calls for harming people.
Well, and then we get. Have you ever read a book called "Do No Harm"? It's written by a neurosurgeon. I'm trying to remember his name. Brilliant book. But he was a neurosurgeon and he was getting close to his retirement. And basically the whole book is about the mistakes he made And he said it is one of those, certainly in the medical profession, it's just about the only discipline in which you can make a tiny, tiny, tiny mistake and someone will be a vegetable for the rest of their life. You can do a tiny, tiny change and you can transform their lives from being a vegetable from the rest of their lives to being a fully fulfilled human being again.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, all us neurosurgeons have a graveyard in our mind where we bury the mistakes because they're inevitable. You take this role on, it's going to happen. And you have to live with that. But it is a wonderful thing they do. It's an interesting one. How do you live with that?
Are you asking a rhetorical question or me directly? Because I don't think I know a neurosurgeon.
I'm asking you directly. You know, how do you cope with that?
I'm not sure of the way to answer that. I'm not sure what you're looking for.
Well, it just
a whole lot of different directions I can go.
This is a worthy occupation. It strikes me as, but its very nature means that. So he gave one example that when he was a newly qualified surgeon, neurosurgeon, he was operating on a patient that had a tumor, and he'd nearly got all of this tumor out. And he said there was just one little bit left. And in removing this one little tiny bit, a blood vessel got cut. And as a result, he ended up as a vegetable. He could have got away with leaving that little bit in there, but he wanted to do a really good job.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he said that really knocked my confidence for a long time. And something that he had noticed was that the neurosurgeons that sort of often perform these fantastic miracles, there's an awful lot of sacrifice that has enabled them to reach that point. And it struck him that they were detached from all that failure. They could just push it to one side and just carry on ignoring it.
Mm-hmm.
They were risk takers, and they didn't count the cost.
There is so much to say. One is to look at the title of the book, To Do No Harm, because what he's saying is the practice or the process or the training that he had to go through to become a good neurosurgeon was expensive because he was having to do harm in order to gain those skills. Hang on, Matt is just calling, and I want to say for him to hang on. Okay. Now, so after we talk about the title of the book and to do no harm, that, by the way, do you know where that phrase comes from? It's an old Wiccan phrase. Do what you will, but do no harm.
Wiccan.
And it does. Wiccan.
Where does that phrase come from?
Sorry. Wiccan is another word for witches and warlocks and pagan religion and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one of the hallmarks or one of the catchphrases or slogans of that group, especially in more modern times. Do what you will, but do no harm. And it fits directly with the way that the Buddha teaches about morality, in the sense of these things are harmful. These are wrong actions, wrong speech, wrong livelihood. But right speech, right attitude, or excuse me, right action, right speech, and right livelihood are not, in fact, specified, other than to abstain from the harmful things. So that Wiccan phrase, do what you will, but do no harm, is precisely and exactly the way that the Buddha would teach it, in that way. That is the phrase that fits in precisely the way, because within the teachings of the Buddha, what is right action is up to you. But wrong action is that which harms or hurts other people. And that, so that would be one of those professions that would be difficult for me to do. But being a cop means you're harming people, dragging them off to jail, taking their freedom away. Security guards are the same thing. If I were a security guard, I'd probably let the front door open so that people who were homeless and needed a place to stay at night could come in, knowing that some of them may go upstairs and start doing a lot of harm. And so there, as we grow in the Dhamma, the kind of jobs that we would do, we become very curious about and selective. There was one time that I had a job as a network administrator at the local army post. It was just one building with a dozen or more people in it, but I couldn't keep the job. I just felt dirty working for the army. And so I didn't keep that job, but I remember that that's not the kind of job that I would want. Even, it depends upon where you're a network administrator. There'd be some network administrator jobs that would be perfectly fine, but not for the army.
Were you a Buddhist at that time?
Oh, sure.
You were.
This thing, in fact, let's tie that point up. In the beginning, morality is taught to children because they don't have the wisdom to figure out what is harmful and what is not harmful. That, in fact, learning about what is harmful and what is unwholesome or what is woeful is an education. I remember it wasn't long ago when Kitty found out that fire was hot. And that actually reminds me of a story that I heard long ago, but I haven't mentioned it in so long. In the West, if a baby, was at the point of calling into the campfire, the Western mom is going to grab that kid and keep him from getting burned. But the American Indian mom is going to stand there and watch how stupid her kid's going to be. How soon does he figure out that the fire is hot? Don't go there. Okay. So in that way, we're actually looking now, going back to the quality of the unified mind, is that when you have a unified mind, in fact, your sila is going to naturally be very high quality. Your morality is going to be really high quality, that you no longer live by a set of rules. You've got your own. And that is, do no harm, or suffering and the end of suffering. That's the ultimate rule. And that when you recognize that doing those kinds of things those things are on that list for the simple reason that they do cause harm. If you gossip about someone, that means several things is going on. One is that you're not friends with everyone, that you're making enemies. And now you're taking Mr. B in this conversation and getting him to hate Mr. C, so that Mr. B will then go do damage to Mr. C, so you don't have to, and so you can get your revenge vicariously. That's the main definition of gossip, malicious gossip. But when we're friends with Mr. B and Mr. C, we're naturally not going to be gossiping one to the other. So, when the mind is noble, we may use low-class language, but we do normally as the butt of a joke or to make a point. We rarely use the low-class language talking about someone in a harsh way. And so the language is no longer harsh, even though the words are X'd out in Hollywood. They're sometimes hilarious and not harsh at all. And so this is how language gets very clear without having to judge it, because the mind is clear. The mind is noble. Because why? Because now the mind is unified. And so that's kind of the ultimate, but the proof of the pudding is that the sila becomes easy. You don't have to go around trying to figure out what to do. You can intuitively just figure it out directly.
The rule book goes out the window.
I don't have a window, but I know what you're getting at. Exactly. I don't think it's a book either, but it is a certain set of rules. And in fact, we can talk about that just at the last point, and that is that the brain normally is divided into three major functions. One is the reptilian brain that has the brain stem and the pituitary glands, and it's the one who manufactures all the chemicals and does everything that you can do that an alligator can do. And then you have the mammalian brain, which is where the dogs and the antelope and the cats and all of that. And so all of our memory systems about language, concepts, and herding mentality. In fact, the rest of the instincts, territorial instinct. The reason humans are territorial is because our ancestors, right back to the dog and before, are territorial. And so then the frontal cortex of the brain is actually the human part, the part that humans have that makes us smart, which means that we are now capable of being able to connect the dots. We're kind of problem-solving machines. An example of that is that when monkeys use a reed or something to poke down the hole to get a grub, that when they get the grub, they throw the stick away. Where the human is going to keep it. He's going to keep the rock. Or I think, in fact, first thing that the humans actually ever kept was a stick on fire. It was burning on that end, and I'm going to carry it by this end because I like this stuff called fire, and it's not all over the place. And so that's how we started to carry things around. That's what gives humans materialism. So materialism is strictly a human thing. Dogs don't have very much materialism. They'll crawl over a bone, but they may take that bone. One of them will get that bone, but he's not going to carry it very far. You're going to set it down and chew on it. You're only going to take it far enough away to be safe. But humans, we grasp hold and cling and carry things. So we've got some garbage from our past in that instinctual system also. But now that we've got these three parts, Freud put together something that was absolutely amazing in the fact that he called it id, ego, and superego. Freud reclarified that by putting an end to the system of parent, adult, and child. Well, the part of the human that is childish and that is most unwise and most prone to operate with feelings is, in fact, the reptilian part of the brain. And that the adult is actually the frontal cortex, the human part of the brain, leaving the superego, which Byrne calls the parent, to be all of the rules, all of the ways of doing things, how to deal with the nest, what is the territory, who are the other people, and all of that kind of stuff. And when you see basically what the human being is a big argument between the superego and the id, and the ego or the frontal cortex is taking a nap and not paying attention. And that's how most humans go around.
And so when you see with child, you see it in child development, don't you? So a child is born, they're basically in their lizard brain.
Right, exactly.
They're functioning from that place. As a child grows, they start to form social networks. They get very keen on rules often. Yeah, it's like this. That's it. And then there's this, and then reasoning starts to come in.
Right, and that comes in last.
No longer perfect.
Precisely. Okay, so in that regard, that last thing that's developed, the human part of the brain that gives rise to algebra and music and all of that kind of stuff, we still teach to our kids the same way that we taught the mammalian part of their education, by giving them a bunch of rules and telling them you've got to do this and whatnot like that, which keeps them in that state of being an animal, in that state of being a mammal rather than completely human. And so now we've got the last one on the list of the woeful states, going back to that because we've been dancing all the way through it. And the fourth woeful state is the asuras that some people will think of as a heavenly realm, but in fact the asuras are the equivalent of the titans. They're warriors. And since everybody they have to fight against are higher gods, the warriors generally lose, therefore they don't want to go to war. In fact, they're afraid. This is the baseline, the fear.
Yeah.
Okay, that we think we can do, but we're afraid to do it. And that's the woeful state. We're afraid to act when we know that we should.
It's certainly something that has
because
been
of
prevalent in
the
my
clinging.
life.
And so if you think about it, then this is an incredible package that the Buddha has put together that has almost all of psychology. He knew about all of this kind of stuff, though it's better to be explained with Freud and Byrne to think about it. But literally what it is that we are ruled by a set of rules that we picked up. The Buddha calls Salayatana. No. Sila Bhatta Paramasa. Sorry about that. Sila Bhatta Paramasa actually means attachments to rites, rules, and rituals. And this is, in fact, the second fetter, to drop that. And in the way of expressing it is knowledge and vision of what is and what is not the path. Because what is not the path is all the rules and rites and rituals and ways to do things that you picked up your whole life. That's not the path.
This is the super mundane part.
Right, that's the mundane. And the super mundane part is, in fact, this: no, I can make myself feel the way I want to feel. I can talk myself into it. I can take that deep breath and let it out, and wow, this is so nice, and continue to practice that. And that's the super mundane, so that we begin to enjoy even gardening. Or like Tom Sawyer, you can get Huckleberry Finn to do your gardening for you by convincing him how much fun it is.
It's kind of a win-win situation.
Well, that I just told you, Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn was the book of Tom Sawyer that what's his name wrote. Mark Twain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's Mark Twain's story, which is really amazing. It was about a fence and who's going to paint the white fence. Tom Sawyer's aunt told him he's got to paint the fence, and as soon as his friend Huckleberry Finn comes by, he starts whistling and playing with it and all of that. And Huck asked him, "Well, what are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I'm painting the fence. I'm having so much fun. Look at this and look at that. You want to try it?" And naturally, Huck gets the brush, and Tom won't take it back.
Oh,
Okay.
brilliant.
So you can do that with gardening. You can find a nephew or somebody and trick him into thinking that it's a lot of fun. And he might buy it. You won't buy it, but it's up to him. It's up to you too. You can enjoy it if you want to. And so now you begin to see, oh, all of this is in a nutshell. All of these pieces. In fact, the only piece that I've left out of the package is the 5 aggregates, but you can see that that's just taking 5 things that are out of Paticca Samuppada and talking about what is not self, so that then you can understand, well, where does the self come from at a later stage? And when you put that into it, then you can understand, well, this is part of the reason why we're doing the Satipatthana, or the 4 foundations of mindfulness, because those are in fact the 5 aggregates. So through our investigation, we find out that I am not what I'm looking at. You are not the breath itself. You're the one who's making it go up and down. You're the frontal cortex now. And you're not the one who is doing the moaning and groaning. You're the one who sees the moaning and groaning. And you say, aha, I see you moaning and groaning. And so this is a new way of looking at it, but this is in fact the teachings of the Buddha. This is the way that it works, and it works marvelously. It's an amazing piece of equipment that he's put together. And that should give you a bit of confidence in your own practice. That you say, yeah, I'm going to figure that out. He's laid it out on one plate. Let's see if we can put all of that together. So think about it.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Do you have any last questions?
Well, I'm going to go. No, not right now. I need to go back through it, and I think about things, and then questions tend to come up often.
Okay. It may be useful to listen to this video a couple of extra times.
That's what I try to do, and then I make notes, and I find it very useful.
Okay.
So,
all right, Robert. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You're welcome, by the way. I get as much out of it as you do. I enjoy.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Olivia will give you a ring sometime.
Good. Yeah, I'll see you in a couple of days or so. Up to you.
Okay. Cheers. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.